think we need this thing in the right place, don't you? Where should we put this now? There's like a little bit of a gap here. Can we maybe move this over here? That is not great. Hello, London. Oh. Let's do a little bit of this. All right, I have sort of found this position of the keyboard that I really liked, but it's just too narrow right now for the microphone to fit in there. Let's see if we can move this over here somewhere. Come here, you hairy bastard. I'm talking to myself, don't worry about it. All right, that seems like it might work. Okay. Let's have a look. I did a couple of times yesterday. I don't have my computer in front of me now. We'll check this afternoon. Thank you so much again. Don't worry about it. It's no problem. So you're helped and dealt with. We got some tea here. Makes everything better. Yes. Okay. How are you guys doing? You were first. What should I stream? Yes, you should. So I was kind of hoping you could take over today. And hello, Modprog. How you doing? Welcome back from your holiday. That's all right, Modprog. Maybe what you need, Modprog, is a Digma DeFi. Have you checked this out? No. So yeah. We are close to release. We have been close to release for quite some time, but there's this icky issue that is kind of getting in the way a little bit. I think the camera setup is wrong now with the microphone in this position. That's French for not. So I wonder if we can fix that. The microphone's kind of in my way. Okay, we'll move you closer again then. Sorry for the weird microphone noises. But that kind of messes with the flow, you know? Is it possible to implement a whole path tracer? Maybe. Can you tell me what a path tracer is? And I'll try to answer your question. Let's intentionally misunderstand that and start talking about file system path. People do this in interviews, or did this in interviews with me, right? I've asked them questions like, could you tell me a use case for interior mutability? And they would start explaining to me what a mutable variable was instead of actually getting into what interior mutability is and when it's useful. And I guess that's all right. It's really difficult. Interviewing is difficult. And being interviewed is no picnic either, unless you're being interviewed at a picnic. But that would probably be quite wholesome, don't you think? You know, you sit down on the grass, have a cup of tea, maybe some crumpets, and you'd be like, hi, how's it going? That could be a date as well. But a date is sort of like a job interview, isn't it? You're sitting there trying to figure out if you're a good match for the team. Yeah, sure, why not, Modprog? Why not? Could it not be both? Right, okay. Did we push live notifications there? Yes, we did. Then we can hide the Discord. No one's watching on YouTube. That's okay. Oh yeah, at least it's there. The same name for both? For both what? Job interview and media interview? I guess it's because it's an interview, right? Why anything, I suppose. But, yeah. So, we have to set the tone for today's stream somehow. Mark not set. Okay, Mark, if you can hear me, Mark, you're not set, and you need to sort this out. Hello, Change Seeker. How you doing? How you going? Good. Happy to hear it. Well, I was gonna say thank you for looking at it on Windows and finding the bug, rather. Uh, oh, you mean ray tracing? Or do you mean ray tracing? And yes, you certainly can write a ray tracer in Rust. So, yesterday I was watching Londo. If you guys didn't know, well, if you weren't there, you should feel a little bit ashamed of yourself because it was pretty good. I was watching Londo wrestle with Anathema, and it's so useful to see. We truly live in the golden age, right? Where you can make something and you can observe people using it, so you can get a real insight into what is lacking and what is missing. So obviously we're missing documentation. And Londo found some bugs that only appears on Windows. So I fixed that. That was good. Yeah. I just be cautious of making too many changes. Now I know you have a split from before, and I don't know why I'm saying this. Please feel free to just ignore this. But my experience with the Moonlander, I think one of the things that maybe never settled down with it, and I used it for 3 months, was that I just kept changing it all the time because I just want to customize it to fix the situation I was in. And I almost started doing it with this keyboard, right? But I also noticed how important the placement is, right? So when I was chatting in your stream yesterday, I had really good results with monkey type, right? I had no issues with this. Now I have issues for days, man. Ooh. There you go. It's a good accuracy, right? But if we take the microphone away for a second, give me a couple of test runs. That was me reading before writing. Oops. So if I take the microphone away, most of my issues goes away. But this has a lot to do with keyboard placement, right? So this is really... I wonder how far apart do you have your halves, Londo? Because this is where I get to if I relax and I get rid of the microphone. The moment the microphone is in my face, it's like I'm trying to push myself away from the keyboard. All right. Can you type code that fast and accurately? No, not likely, given that code involves symbols and other layers. But yeah, no, I really wish I could do... I have them kind of halfway to shoulder width. Mine are slanted in a little bit like this. And at the top space is about this wide, the width of my mobile phone. The bottom space is a little bit less than the width here. I'm talking about like the absolute bottom of the phone, right? There's about a centimeter off. So I have them kind of angled inwards, and if I take the microphone away, this becomes so much easier, right? What's the difference between ray tracing and path tracing, though, Yusuf? Yusuf. What you described sounded like... Introduce ray bounces to enable global illumination. Okay, I've never heard of path tracing, but yeah, you certainly can, right? There really isn't anything that you can't do with Rust. Question is how inconvenient it's going to be, right? If you say the ray tracing is possible, so what is path tracing, right? Browser path tracing. Here we go. A computer graphics Monte Carlo method of rendering images of three-dimensional scenes such that the global illumination is faithful to reality. Oh, gotcha. Is integrating over all illuminance. I literally sure that we can find this in Rust. Yeah. That's not realistic. No one is ever gonna finish anything in Lego. Game doll, yes. I guess you have almost 2 times. What keyboard are you using? Can we stick to English, Sargath? Because it's really difficult for me when people speak other languages for me to actually moderate the stream. All right. So I'm sure everything's fine though, right? Let's do a game doll. No, it's oh shit. There we go. Hello, cat peasant. How you doing? All right, what do we got here? Is this some kind of Lego Star Wars? It looks maybe not Lego. That looks like... Oh, it's a game I don't know. I'm good, mate. I'm good. Let's... It's not Micro Machines. This is like... This looks too dark. I'm guessing this is like 2002, maybe earlier than that. I'm gonna get a hint here. It's not my... Is it Hot Wheels? No? I don't think it's Micro Machines, but... Yeah, I don't know this game. What the hell is this? I don't know the game. Oh, Twisted Metal 2. I still don't know. Wow, I was off. Yeah, Serious Sam would not be. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, sorry. I was watching your stream and Londo's stream, and I popped open. So I looked at your stream and I saw the same person write like 4 messages, 5 messages, and I was like, without thinking, I just went like, nah, time them out, right? So they stop it. I didn't think about checking how long they've been a follower for, and maybe they've, maybe this was like an internal joke that I missed or something. So yeah. 80%, but I doubt my keyboard has anything to do with it, even though you can always blame the equipment, right? 80%? Interesting, okay. Ah, nice. We got some iced tea brewing here as well. So okay, should we do a little bit of greetings? Should we do some greetings? Hi, Temporis, how you doing? Wow, that's some delivery. The keyboard is 80%. Yeah, wait, I did go on a little bit about Keychron yesterday. To recap, Keychron is probably fine, but it's not going to make you excited about typing. It's not going to disappoint you either, because you know that you bought vanilla. And it'll probably save you money in the long run. Is it a bug from yesterday? So I've fixed bugs, and more bugs come uncovered as a result of this thing, which isn't super cool, but it is what it is. Let's see what the next bug is. This was the code that Londo was working on, so we can remove this now. I'm telling you, the microphone really hampers my time. Do you have your microphone slapdash in the middle of your key halves, Londo? Is the microphone in your personal space when you're typing? And do you find that there's a difference in your typing when you take the microphone away? Or, you know, and it could be that you relax more as well, right? Oh, hang on. It's always exciting when someone posts in that channel. Oh, okay. Hang on. Jinthy posted something. I want to see this. Can I? Okay, so I can't see this without popping out Discord. Why not? Okay, why don't we do this then? Why don't we just detach this thing, float it. All right, let's have a look at what Jinthy has produced here. Okay, clouds go by. This is oh man, I love what Jinthy is doing. That is just it's just so good. But 80 words per minute is fine. There's no reason to push past that unless you really want more, right? My microphone is 100% in my personal space. So what is it like for you, Londo, if you take your microphone away from your personal space and you reset your position? So you get away and then come back to your desk, get set up, forget about the microphone, and then throw some monkey type. Like put it away and then throw some monkey type. See if that has an impact. I don't know, right? Maybe it does, right? Maybe it doesn't. So, okay, let's hop to it. So I wrote this thing yesterday, which is a process monitor, which is kind of shit. And I have left some code in there to intentionally generate a bug. Yes, you certainly can, Londo. So how it works, I need to document this. Yeah, but it didn't take me long to get comfortable, but I still do a lot of typos when I'm streaming for some reason. I don't know why, and I honestly, what I realized from watching you yesterday is that I think I stress more about typos and slow typing than I have to, because when I was watching your stream, the slow typing typo thing, that wasn't really on my mind when I was watching the stream. It didn't occupy any kind of brain space when I was watching you stream, right? Other than when you were talking about it. So I think we're making a mistake there. Do I want the car on Friday? Yes, please. Oh, she's letting me have the car. She's so generous. What's I do now? Yeah. This. Okay, so let me give you. Yeah, I just think that we as streamers put more stock in our inability to type fluently than people care, right? Thumbs up. Okay, so let's look at the template here. Okay, so let me show you this bit of syntax here, London. All right, so here we have a means to associate named events, and what named events is really just a callback, but it isn't a callback because this thing doesn't happen until at the end of the frame. All right, I think it's the end of the frame or somewhere around there. All right, so, or rather like this, all event handling will be done, mouse, keyboard, tabbing, that will be done. Then at the end of that process, we are dealing with these things, right? So you get a key press event, you are writing the key press into something, and then you are queuing up an associated event. And when you're done handling all that event, then we process these events, right? So it's not gonna jump straight to this thing. Okay, let me show you how this works, right? So we have this input input template, there's nothing in here that has anything to do with this event, okay? So I'm showing you the template just to confuse you. Then we're gonna go to the input state. And here we are, right? This is the relevant code. You're doing fine, mate. You're doing fine. Need a little bit more higher frequency of your streaming though, right? But doing fine. All right. So this is the line that I want to focus on, right? And we're going to get rid of this thing soon. Soon we're gonna get rid of this thing, right? But I have to fix the bugs first, and in the end, you won't have to type this, right? As a matter of fact, leaving this in is gonna be a bug then, right? This is the event that we are triggering. This child is this input component. So we're triggering the text change associated event here. So when this thing happens, we're gonna return a reference to our value. And this is very exciting because this means no transfer of ownership or anything like that. Well, you've been on a holiday and you got that other thing that people do. What's it called? Yeah, job. There you go, right? So we give it a closure that gives us access to our state here, and then we can return a reference to the value from here, okay? So if we go to input state and we look at what the value is, that's just this value string, okay? So then when we get to our parent component, we have this callback. We're going to rename this function, but we have this callback and we have to check the name of this thing, right? Remember that there is no way to do this dynamically, right? So all we know is that we get an event called, shouldn't be called a callback, but we get this callback function called, we know the identifier of this thing, right? And then in this case, we do take the value as a string, right? We want ownership of the value so we can update the username, right? I wonder if we could do something very strange here before we continue. So the value is a common val. Can we do this? If we can do this, I'm about to do something very strange here. Let's make a relay where London has 30 entries. No, Skylar. Yes, this is probably what you need, London, but this is not documented in the guide yet, and it's on my to-do list to do. So I wonder if we can do something like elements.query state. Oh yeah, we don't care about the state anymore. Oh yeah, sneaky. Let's make you mutable. That and the elements also needs to be updated. So if we do something like by tag, I don't know what we're gonna do in there, and then we'll do first. Don't care about the element, do care about attributes, and we're gonna set A to B. This should work. Yeah, now the question is, can we set this to value? No, we cannot. Well, I guess we could move that. Must outlive static. Okay. Nah, that ain't right. Yes. Well, these are all runtime specific, so I guess we couldn't do this. Nah, ain't gonna work, is it? No, that has to have a reference, a blueprint. But we might be able to do this. Enjoy your meetings. Now, there's not really a reason why you would want to do this. I just wonder if we can make this work, which makes me think that maybe I have, maybe I messed up my my lifetimes here just a smidge. There is nothing in here that has. Oh yeah, the second one. Okay, yeah, no, then that didn't work. Couldn't do that. Could we sneak that in there? Where's the callback? There you are. Do we have any lifetimes on this thing? We do not. Is it Elements that has the blueprint? Yeah. Then we would have to do the same thing here as well. Let's make sure that this thing doesn't have a lifetime. It does not. All right, we're doing a little bit of nonsense and debauchery here. All right, and then we have to grab this code and replace the actual definition. Where are you? Any component. No, we can't do that. Okay, right. Well, it wasn't really in the cards to do it. I'm not like super worried about being able to do it, but I thought it would be cool if we could. How do I set a key binding to target an element? I don't understand the question. How do I type the username? This is the username. This is the password, right? So okay, so how do you select which input you're on? Okay, gotcha. You tab to it. We don't have, and I thought about this when London was streaming yesterday, a means to select another element, but we can do that. So we can have this through the context, where we can do context.select. That would select self, which means we would have to message this thing to select self, but it requires some thinking. More importantly, we are going to get this thing working. So what happens here is that index can only point to a vacant value. I think I want to find out. Actually, this one is interesting. How do we get there? I'm guessing the value is owned when it's moved when it's happened. Not today, but definitely will be able to select focus, because the tab indices is one thing. We want to be able to manually go from one thing to another, right? So we don't depend on the tab index order, right? Okay, if we go to the store and find the basic slab, and this is line. Well, we'll run this again for it to break. There we go, 139. What are we doing here? Are we getting a value? No, we're inserting ad. Okay. Let's break here. No, I just thought it was funny. I saw it in a shop and I thought this is funny. And then I bought it. And then here it is. There is no deeper meaning to it. Rust panic. What? Okay. Let's go up to where this thing happens. Oh, wait, hang on. I went a bit too far. So we're inserting into an attribute. So this is all about attributes. So one way we can solve this is by simply never clearing the attributes, which sounds a little bit wild. But if we never do it, if we never clear the attributes, then, I mean, we'll clear them when we close the program, obviously, but then we don't have to deal with it, right? What's the thing in the top right? Which thing do you mean? Can you describe the object more than just calling a thing? This is my top right, and there's a wall there. Or there's this thing in the top right, and that's the number 0. There's this thing in the top right in your main window. This thing, oh, it's an H top or a top implementation I wrote. It took me 30 minutes, less than 30 minutes to build this with Anathema. And I think that was pretty fun. I used Arch, by the way. So again, this is a result of that bug. We're trying to insert an attribute into something that already exists then. Okay, I want to know what this is. So if it's none, then it's just simply unreachable. But if it's some, then I want to know what this value is. You can do whatever you want, right? You just change the program, but I'm not doing anything with them. This is like super basic. All we do is just iterate over the processes, right? They're not sorted. And we fill them up. We drain them and fill them up for every frame. And this is happening once per second. We can also, actually, this is the same. It's 200 milliseconds, not once per second, right? There's lots of things that we can do. Toggle top. I think that you could write your own top implementation with this. I'm using sysinfo. And this is super easy to use. It will tell you how to get memory and all these things, right? And if you want to, you can horrid top. Yeah, why not? Although that would be H-top for short. So what you could do with all of this stuff, right? Oh yeah, no, I'm in the middle of fixing this thing. But in the template, we just listed the stuff in there, right? So if you want to get smaller numbers, right, you can just do the division in the template. There's so much you can do by, you know, just faffing around with this stuff. I don't even think I'm gonna release this because it's so fundamentally simple, right? It's like, what do we even have here? 133 lines of code plus 24 lines of code. No, 22 lines of code, right? It's like 150 lines of code for this thing. You can add it as an example. Yeah, but then it has a dependency. But I might make a video for doing that, right? Exactly, that hack here. Everything's good, Freshie. How you doing? How you doing? How you getting on? Yeah, Sysinfo is really nice. That does all the heavy lifting for you. We can even have access to network traffic, like network monitoring and everything like that. I'll probably, you know, I might put this together as an example and release this so people can just hack on this thing. Maybe, I'm sure we can do some fun stuff with it, right? What do you call a V says something? A switch statement? Wait, what? I've collated all the lines I'm drawing for level as a grid and ordered them in such an order so it looks less messy where lines were obviously drawing over each other. Good work. You know when you focus on useless details? Nah. Anathema system surveillance. I don't know if I like the word surveillance in there. Find something better. Oh, which book did you get, Freshie? Surveyor, system surveyor then, right? But that's also a little bit... I don't like surveillance, and I don't know if I like surveyor either. All right. This feels like I'm looking at one of those, like you stare at it too long and like other shapes and dots starts to appear. Hello, Poland. How you doing? Sysinthema. All right, we'll name this thing after we've done something with it, right? Maybe I'll release this thing onto GitHub and we do like a, I was gonna say we do like a little hackathon where people can check this out, but I think Jinthe would take home the prize on that one. Okay, so yeah, I wanted to know what we had here. So we have an entry. Maybe we do entry checked out, right? Oh, what a horrible song this is. All right, so we're just gonna do entry checked out. That's super bad. We do vacant. No, vacant is what we're actually looking for. We do occupied. Entry occupied. Okay, so let's see one of these that we're actually ending up with then. The entry has been occupied. We could have another 2-gem. Oh, mod prog. I totally want to do that. I just want to get this. I want to get this to a place where it's usable and documented and have less of this bug in it. And then I would love to do a 2-gem. Yeah, I mean, why not, Bean Juice? Thing is, I kind of want to participate too, but that's sort of a little bit uncool. So I guess I have to do something else. But yeah, I want to get the optimization in as well. There's an optimization, quite a big one that I want to do, but I want to get everything else going before. Why would it be uncool? Well, I guess if we don't have a judge, if we all voted instead, then we could do it. So we do this by committee instead. So even if you're participating, you can still vote, right? So you can cast your vote on this thing. We all voted last time. What democracy we are. Let's do it then. All right, let's do it. Let's do a jam. But then I would like us to randomize the topics so no one can do any pre-work. And then how long should we run the... It's going to be like 5 entries if I'm lucky. But we'll see. We'll see. Okay, so we're doing an insert. Where the entry is... We're doing an insert at... I guess we should allow for an occupied value too then. So this can override. That's really the issue here. Insert a value given index. This will force online storage to grow if the index is given positive capacity. This will override any value currently at that index. Panics if a value is inserted at a position that is currently checked out. That is still correct. So that is what we should do. So we need this thing here. Have we taken next ID? No, so next ID is an option. That makes sense. I think so, Tempor. Who would be up for this thing? I don't think we're gonna do a vote in the channel because that is always disappointing to see, but if more than like 5 people are on board, then I will take this more serious than not. All right, we'll see. Actually, I should ask this maybe on Discord or something. I don't know, right? But yeah, that's the thing. An Anathema Jam. Yeah. And so we got Skylar, Hakil, me, Modprog. Are you on board? Do you want to start streaming, Skylar, as well? Yeah, I will once I have finished this enough that there aren't any glaring bugs. I think we'll do it. So we do the announcement then. Oh no, you got this, Skylar. We're gonna randomize the theme. We're gonna get a collection of ideas, and then we do like a random theme picker, and we do this on stream, right? When is it? Let's not set a date, but let's aim for like maybe a couple of weeks from now. Oh, that's cool, Bean Juice. I'm keen to wreck your code. You're underage. What does that matter, Skylar? If you're 15, you can still write code. I don't think age has anything to do with it. There you go, man. There's plenty of examples, Beanjies. Exactly. Don't worry about it, right? Wait till after 8th of September. Yeah. Your parents aren't going to allow you to participate in a code jam for fun? I'd let my kid participate in a code jam for fun, and she is hopefully younger than you. Yeah, you have to be above 13 to be here. Oh, stream. Okay. All right. God, just Skylar. Sorry. Sorry. Here you go. Well, you have to be over 13 to be allowed to stream. All right. But then, yeah. So I don't let my kid show her face on camera. I know people do, and it's not a biggie, but so really, I get you, and I get your parents, right? Even when my kid turns 13, she's not gonna be. I'm not gonna be okay with her doing that, even though she's technically allowed. The thing is, when you are that young as well, your mind isn't really ready for the abuse layer that's sort of floating on top of the interwebs in comment sections and such. Anathema VTube app. No, she can be on camera as long as she's wearing, as I said, you have to wear the disguise. So she's got like the bunny hat and sunglasses, and I'm fine with it, right? No one's gonna recognize her outside. An important thing to me is that I don't do anything to give anyone bully fuel, right? Yes, I can deal with your nonsense. But you're kind of right, though. There isn't very much abuse here. By Stremlax, stop bullying me to eat your gross fish. Alright, I'm kidding. I will definitely get my hands on this thing because I'm interested in it, right? I'm interested in it. We didn't get to do a holiday this summer because poor life choices and all that. And no, it wasn't poor life choices. It's just been a series of horribly unfortunate events, one thing after another. And we didn't get to do a holiday this summer. Next year we'll probably do a holiday, I'm hoping. So if I'm anywhere near where they sell Stremlax by default, you choose to have a floor, didn't you? Oh yeah. Definitely doesn't look a little bit dodgy with that one, Cat Pest. Thank you, by the way. Yeah, speaking of floors, after Lily died, may she hop in peace, I went and cleared up the place. So we moved the other bunny down to the ground floor because he was just alone. And he didn't come down and hang out, but now we ruined our living room so he can, flick piss on the walls to do whatever he does, right? So he doesn't feel alone. And when we cleared out the room upstairs with the bunny light, they have ruined the floor. I kind of knew that they had, so now I have to get another floor and put that down. And I'm not super chuffed about doing this. And the wife's like, well, if we're selling the house, then we have to replace the floor. And I'm like, okay, but then we're replacing the floor now because I'm not going to stand out in bloody cold rain cutting floorboards, okay? I didn't give it a holiday the past 15 years because of poor life choices. Maybe it's time to change it up a bit. You got to do holidays because of poor life choices. Feel rewarded, right? So what is actually happening here? If we have a next ID, I wonder what we're going to do here. If the ID is some, we're going to... Wait, this is saying that the value is vacant. Hang on, I didn't read through this code. I think this is... this function is a bit too complicated. Clearly. I like that you're getting into the streaming game though, Cat Peasant. It's nice. I kind of wish I had more time to watch streams, right? Because it's so, when it's like late, Danaka tricked me yesterday as well. He sent me a PM. It's like, do you want to hang out and game a little? And I'm like, you know what? Why not? We haven't gamed in a long time. Sure. And then it's quiet. And then he goes, oh, sorry, I didn't say what time. Sort of in like 2 hours from now. I'm like, come on, man, I'll be sleeping by then. Just a tiny bit complicated. It's very complicated. Well, it's not very complicated, but it's clearly too complicated. The, what's the word? The cyclomatic complexity? Is that the word I'm looking for? The words I'm looking for? So it's a software metric to indicate the complexity of a program. It is a quantitative measure of the number of linearly independent paths through a program source code. So it's basically a bunch of if statements, right? Psychometric complexity. I really think you're getting cat person. Look how young I was there. Did you figure out the frame rate issue in Warframe? So I started it yesterday, Temporis, and now the mouse doesn't work. Like, there was something with the mouse, so I have to do it again. But twice I tried to start it, and it has to validate and download 13 gigs. I'm like, oh, thanks, cheers. Oh, good grief. Okay, let's read through this thing. If the index is outside the current length, hang on. Oh my. If the index is outside the current length, then fill the slots in between it. Okay? So we're filling it with vacant entries. Okay. And then we're pushing this thing. Otherwise, if the index is inside the current length, then we're going to get an entry at that index. If the entry is checked out, then we snook it. If it's vacant, then we just make it occupied. If it's occupied, then we reset the value. If it's vacant and we have the next ID, so we have something pointing to the next ID, find the values that points to index and replace that with next free. It didn't let me do anything, Tempora. So when I moved the mouse, it was either staring straight up or straight down and just rotating. So, but it could have been because I was messing around with the windows at the same time. I was being rather impatient. So it could be that. Who's this dude? Is this? I thought it was you, Cat Peasant. Before a midlife crisis. Frosted tips, man. I don't trust people who wear hats indoors, man. I just find that so unhygienic. I get that maybe you want to disguise you might want to disguise the side effects of a steroid abuse in the gym by wearing a cap, but hats indoors, man, it's something sus about that. There's no way that can be comfortable, right? Like a sweaty lice breeding ground on your head. Wait, are you wearing a hat indoors, Cat Peasant, and you feel like I kind of touched the nerve there? I'm sorry. Like, you guys kind of wear whatever you want to wear, okay? I still find it sus. Okay. On my head right now. It better not be a woolly hat though, Hardcore. No outdoor clothes indoor. See, I had a friend when I was a kid, humble brag, and whenever he came over to our house, he would just sit down with his jacket on and a hat, like and a hat on his head, like a woolly hat, sit down in the sofa and sort of just like float out into the sofa. And I always thought, like, you have no class and no manners, right? It was like, and lack of hygiene there. Judge bit. All right. Now you guys got to do whatever you want, right? I don't care. Actually, indoor shoes, not your outdoor shoes, but indoor shoes I am fine with, and I might wear them, you know. But yeah. Why would anyone wear outdoor shoes in their home? No, I don't think that's good. And that brings me back to the other conversation we had. Wearing your outdoor shoes in the gym, that's rancid. Don't do that. I know who you are. I keep indoor outdoor clothes. Yeah, most people do. Was your mate a chav? Yeah, Temporis. Very much, right? He could have been a spokesperson for White Lightning, right? Here we have Mr.
Snakebite, featuring his favorite bottle of white lightning, ready to come to a sofa near you in 20 whenever.
I'm not Yusuf. Hello, Tema. When I try to write business app, logic, and Rust, I'm constantly spending tons of time solving, borrowing, owning, moving problems, and it slows me down a lot. Yep. I end up spending only 10% of my time writing application logic. Is this normal? You will get a lot more comfortable with it though, Tema. And on top of that, once you have built your application, you will find that maintaining your application is a lot more convenient. And when you have to do a big refactor, that's when you're really gonna feel the love. Yeah, in those shoes in the gym, man. I don't want people to track dog shit into the machines, okay? All right. Enough judging the chat. Let's get on with it. Find a value that points to the index. So if we have a vacant value that is pointed to the next free value. So this is a little bit awkward. If this is occupied, then we can't do anything. But then the question is, why are you pointing to an occupied value? So theoretically, we should now have fixed the bug. But I said theoretically. Which one is it that's... Oh, right. Yeah, I see it. I see it. Well, I thought I saw it. Oof. Hello, how you doing, Guinea? Please judge us more. Yeah, you get over that though, Tema. It's like once you get over the syntax and it starts to become natural how you are dealing with your code. I mean, I'm literally having an issue with this thing right now, and I just need to figure out why this is. However, if this wasn't a compiler error, I might have some particularly awkward memory issue if I didn't. All right, thanks, Temporis. Yeah, you kind of just have to reason about it, right? That's all you do, right? Okay, so what do we got here then, okay? So the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to see that we're borrowing this entry as a mutable entry, right? And we seem to be doing this in a loop somewhere. There's like a loop here. Okay, here's a loop, right? That's what we have it. And we're going to match this. This is a mutable reference to an entry. And if we have a vacant entry, then we're going to know which the next free one is. But I don't know how this could be. How can the next free entry point to... It shouldn't be able to. As it, like, this should never happen. Welcome back, Londa. This should not happen. Because this is saying that the next available ID is an occupied value. That ain't right. That is very much not right. So we have to prevent this thing from happening. Now this should be unreachable. So we have somehow removed something. It's the secondary map. It's the secondary map that is causing this. So inside our runtime, when we do the cleanup somewhere, this is not a complex function. This is just things that has a lot of arguments. So this is not really complex. It just looks hairier than it is. Here we go. So if I take this out, we're good now. Everything should be fine. We might get that same error, but no, because we never actually remove anything. And technically, this problem is solved. But this means that we're not leaking memory. But if we drain the tree, we are not clearing the associated secondary map values. I'm always in normal mode unless I'm editing, unless I'm typing. And so it's going to be enter insert mode and then out. All right, I'm always going to be in normal mode. And if I'm in visual mode, I can see the selection. Okay. So what is it that we're doing here when we remove a key? We're going to create a vacant value here. Point to that value. We're going to get the value that is there. And then return that. Nice, Janelle. I have Dawson. Thank you for the follow, Tema. Okay. The cleaning stack. Yeah, one of the better programmers here on Twitch works as a park ranger or whatever he does, right? He's not a programmer by trade. I don't think he's a park ranger. I think he does something else, but it's the closest one I can remember. Okay. So he's setting this to a vacant value. We're getting the next ID to be this index that we just removed. Then we're getting this thing. And we're swapping the old entry for this. So we're now looking at the entry, if it has a value or if it's checked out. Oh, if it's checked out, we should not allow this. This should not... I think we're gonna panic here. The XLR cable went in under the enter key, and I was like, why is my keyboard not working? Oh, hang on. There we go. Eep. Oh, no, we don't do the removal, do we? Oh, yes. Ah, no, it still does that. Okay. Can you catch a panic? Yeah, you can. You can catch panics. You can look at this if you want more info. Hello, Limenox. How you going, buddy? Oh, we're gonna do a we're not gonna do a relay this time, Limenox. We're gonna do a jam. Hello, Scott. How you doing? We're doing a jam soon. Apparently not until after September, though. It's 8th of September. Actually working nice. Sometimes you don't have a choice though, Skylar, so then you have to do it. But I agree with you, Skylar. You should not use that as an escape hatch, though, right? You have better equipment now? Nice. Very good. Yeah, I don't know. Do we make like a video again of this thing? Yeah, not a game jam necessarily, Scott, but people can definitely do games. Anyone can join. We haven't decided on the theme yet. We're going to randomize the theme the day we announce that the jam starts. So we'll do... we do that. What camera did you get, Limenox? Man, you travel a lot. I would be jealous if it wasn't because you travel so much. I'm hoping you're gonna say a Sony ZV-10, ZV-10E. Okay, why am I guessing here, right? Good work, Dawson. EOS M50, yeah, that one should be okay to use for streaming. I think you have what's called clean HDMI out on that. So Canon EOS 50, or it's M50. So the M50 is not a DSLR. It does not have a detachable lens, but I'm pretty sure you have clean HDMI on this thing. Oh no, that's gonna give you really shit resolution. I think like the max resolution is 420p there. Hello, what's up? What's up? What's up? Okay, so to get rid of the focus box around your face, which is this, that is the focus box, all right? To get rid of this thing, all you gotta do is turn off autofocus. There we go. Oh no. There we go. Are you sure? Idiot. Yeah, set it to manual focus. Man, I can't I don't get these people who write these idiotic comments, right? This is like written by people who like, oh no, it's a camera, not a video camera. There was a TV show, there is a TV show called Dexter, and I think that was predominantly shot on a Canon 7 Mark II, 7D Mark II or something like that, right? People don't use these things for just stills anymore, right? Anyway, you were here? Yeah, you can do it, but then you need a capture card. Now, I do think, let me see what we get here, right? USB webcam. Let me see, because I think that this thing cannot output the 1080p, right? I would have thought that it couldn't. I have not. What's up? But there are people in the chat who has, if they're around to talk about that and want to talk about that. All right, let's have a quick look. But this is not just the M50. Is it USB-C? Do you have USB-C on your M50? It's cheaper mirrorless. Mirrorless is good though. Okay. There doesn't seem to be any information about the resolution on this thing. Why don't they have resolution like on there? Because I know that some of these things do not. All right, so Canon USB webcam resolution. The first full release non-beta doesn't send 1080p. Welcome, Raiders. Hello, Graham. How you doing? I was lurking in your stream this morning. How you going? So the first, we're just looking at something here, right? Doesn't send full 1080p video resolution to stream. It's constrained to about 1/4 of full HD. Okay, so it's 576, right? Today language is Rust, but with a sprinkle of other nonsense though started, so it's all good. EFM 15. Vlogging camera. What a fun name. All right. All good, mate. All good. All good. So this is what I'm talking about, though, Liminox. So have you made sure that you're actually getting 1080p over USB, right? The wildly popular yet rather awful C920. Nope. Okay, so I would check that out because I think that if you were to swap to using a capture card and HDMI out, you're gonna get 1080p. I think without it, you might get half of that. Okay, but I don't know, right? This is why I have something like this, which you can't really see because this is connected to the camera. But this is now a media capture card. They're about 120 euros maybe. So they're not cheap, but it's a lot better, right? What camera do you have, Grim? What camera do you use when you stream? So welcome, Raiders. I'm trying to fix a bug here, which is difficult because I wrote the code that introduced the bug. So I spent most of the time trying to find someone else to blame. That has been a fruitless effort. And here we are trying to fix it now. I'm trying to own up to my mistakes since no one else wanted to. Yeah, I can tell though, right? Seriously. You have the 920, right? I have one of those here somewhere. Oh, it's in the window. I've used it to like show my room. But as a massive camera nerd, I can't abide by the 920. This was sold out a few years ago because of the whole COVID thing and work from home. Everyone bought the 920. As long as you guys don't get ring lights, we can still hang out, okay? But it's when people start getting ring lights, you know. It is not Tema, it's the hack font. I use it only because it's insanely cool name. What is this ID? Oh yeah, all right, fine. This is so weird. This error message is this error is so weird. We're getting an occupied entry, but we shouldn't be able to. So this should never happen, right? Entry is occupied, so this should never be the next value. How are we setting the next value? Oh, I have no problem, Graham, but I'm using AverMedia. HDMI USB-C capture card. This is what I'm using. I bought a cheap one from... I bought a cheap one that looks very much like this. I think it was like 20 pounds or something, but it makes the picture very red. This is what I have. So B&H Photo is charging you $100 for this. But this thing works 4K if you have a camera that can output this. This camera does not. The camera across the room, camera you see over there, this thing outputs 4K. But it has a massive lens on it, which is why it's confined to that side of the room, because it's making this other camera feel inferior, right? So yeah, it's $100 to do this, and then you need the DSLR on top of that, which is probably gonna cost you $400 or $500 for a used one, and then maybe $200 for the glass. So it's like $700, right? Well, my font likes you anyway. A D3200. Yeah, D3200 is that's it's a couple of years old, but that doesn't really matter in the world of DSLR, right? It's all about the glass, right? Oh, really? I guess you mean a capture card, right? The mount, oh my god, I have so many tripods and stands around I have like a corner here that contains 4 stands, and that corner is behind all these, as you can see them back there, right? And that's just in this room. And then of course I have the C stands for the lights and C stands back there. I have so much of this stuff, but this is before I started streaming that I bought a lot of this stuff, right? Not the C stands, those were for the lights, but a lot of this stuff I accumulated as a portrait photographer, because then you want to have backdrops and all these things, right? So I think if I were to do it today, I would not spend the shameful amount of money that I've spent on my hobby. The equipment that I think is good today, the camera on the other side of the room, really good. Can output 4K. The NVIDIA capture card, really good. Manfrotto tripods. I have 2 of them, one for video and one for photography. And I'm using the one for photography on my desk right now. It's just standing there. I would like a smaller one of those. Other than that, it's all good. 5C. Yeah, oh man, I want to get one of those super clamps. But super clamps with the elbow, it's like $220 or whatever. How you been, Tanaka? Why would the amount be shameful? Because as a streamer, Skylar, I'm making not enough money to justify the expense, okay? I think the amount of money I put into gear that I have, but if we also include like camera gear from before I started streaming, I'm not gonna reach that sum from subs anytime soon. It's one of those things that you don't really want to put those numbers together because then you realize how much money you spent on your thing, right? Wow, that's pretty good. All right. A 50 mil 1.4. This thing is probably like really nice and sharp around. Well, actually, I don't even know where the sweet spot of that is, but that's some beautiful bokeh you're gonna get from there, right? So that's what you call a prime lens. A prime lens does not have zoom, right? You can't do this with a prime lens, right? Because the prime lens has skill issue. No, because it's fixed, right? Yeah, autofocus is nice. Hello, last man. Tell you why Elixir is cooler, especially if you care about building highly scalable fault-tolerant systems, but I do. Elixir is cooler because it runs on the battle-tested Beam VM, offering unmatched scalability, fault tolerance, and hot code upgrades. Oh, that's cool. Its syntax is clean and expressive, making concurrency easy and fun. And fun! Oh, man. The welcoming community and powerful frameworks like Phoenix makes building reliable, scalable web applications a joy. Well now, Lassamat, I don't know how to feel about this. It just blew my mind. My socks have been blown off. Clean off. I want to donate to Mr. Miller again. Nah, you're a streamer. Now I'm going to have to give you back all the subs you give me all the years, Cat Peasant, who's now a streamer. But it's a hobby, and who would care how much money you spend on stuff? It's not like you're stealing the money. All right. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Hello, Nerdash. How you going? All right. Okay. So as much as I love to chew the metaphorical nonsense, I need to solve this bug. How do we end up saying that the next ID was pointing to an occupied value? I'm gonna get you to become an affiliate. Let's push Cat Peasant into the world of affiliates and other nonsense that comes with it. All right, go and follow Cat Peasant. If you don't, I'll tell your mom. Minecraft modding though is my job. I want to earn 11 euros. Well, that means you're richer than me. Join us in following Cat Peasant. Join us. Do it. All right. I'm a mod on Cat Peasant's stream, and I was watching Cat Peasant and Londo at the same time yesterday, and I just popped open Cat Peasant's chat, and there was someone like repeating a message and like 4 times, 5 times, and without checking anything, I just went like timeout, and then I was like, oh. Sorry, found out that it was actually someone who's been following for many years, right? Good work, Scott. Hello, coding. Maybe not to make me a mod. Why? We don't need mods, okay? Do you have mods, Grim? Do you feel like you need mods? Grim needs mods to keep those crustaceans out of his pool, man. Other than that, do you really need mods? Kind of hard to tell your mom. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Bulov. All right. No, you know what? I'm not going to tell you that story. Anyway, moving on. I need an active chat for mods. No, it's good, man. I'm contributing to that problem, Graham. Because I pop open your stream and then I don't chat. So I sit in the sofa, eating breakfast or whatever I'm doing. Put the stream on, and observe your fight with Pigeon, and I don't chat. Where's our VIP? Well, we haven't had anyone to give VIP to for a while. Make me a mod and I'll ban everyone here for free. Should we do that? Should we make Lasama a mod? Is there a reason not to? Well, I guess this is the reason not to. I mean, can you imagine how much work that would be to sit and click everyone's name and then like ban? Okay, that would be a lot of work, Lasama. Are you prepared to do that work? When I stream, I'm gonna make Modprog one of my mods. He must be good. It's in his name. Yeah, we had Modprog was a mod on my stream until I decided to remove mods. We don't need mods, right? Yes, please make Lassaman a mod. I have months of experience. Months. You must have been a mod for over a year, right? Hello, the rap. Just write a script. Nah, that's such a programmer solution, and you know, Base Paint, that's gonna take longer than actually clicking on everyone and banning them. Okay. Write me a letter of recommendation. Okay. It's just prog. I was mod for one day. Scott was mod. When I was streaming, doing a gaming or something, or when I was doing like a focus stream and I wasn't reading chat, which can be quite relaxing sometimes, and maybe I should do it now so I can fix this thing. But when I did that, I made 2 people mods those days, and I changed it every time so other people were mods. I don't really feel like we need mods. Like, people are so bloody sensible. And I know that sounds like a contradiction, but there you go. Write a script to ban all Twitch accounts. I tried to ban myself. It did not work. If I was my mod at all I would do is telling people to respect my authority. Yeah. Which should make mod buyable. Yeah, no, that's not a bad idea, right? What's the price for mod? VIP. I've given folks VIP I give them VIP for a stream when they do something that I think is funny or whatever, right? And sometimes I throw out VIP at someone. Okay. Anyway, which I immediately proceeded to do. 99.99. That's how I got modded. Okay. Anywho. So, should we see if we can figure out... Oh, so you can say this, but you can't say finger food? Oh my god. 99 cents per minute, plus taxes. Runtime error in Rust? Yeah, we're panicking. We should have random curse word like doodle and time them out. Per month? You can say bunny. Apparently, I can't say right? Shit. Okay. All right. So what is happening when we are making when we're making occupied value the next ID, right? So that means that a vacant entry is pointing to something. How does that work? Maybe the secondary map is just broken and we need it to work differently. I like your spelling of his name. Prime Agent. This shouldn't make me laugh, but it does. A lamp that looks like a duck? Very good. Close enough. Fossboth. Okay. Okay, okay. All right, all right, all right. If it's occupied, we're just swapping the value out. So maybe this comes from the remove function. Like somewhere this is getting skewed, right? The match loop match looks nasty. Nah, that's it sounds last math like you have some kind of issue. Okay. Oh, thank you, cat person. Okay, so when we remove, if it's vacant or checked out, we can't do anything, and we're updating this thing to point to the next ID. So this thing is not wrong. What about try remove? This looks very similar. Oh, hang on. This might be the issue. Oh man, if we solve this one, that's gonna be pretty darn good. Yeah, you can tell everyone that you write Rust, and I think you need to swap Arch for Nixos now, because I feel like Nixos is the new Arch, and yeah, you clearly have too much RAM. Okay, I'm guessing you actually run Windows now with all that RAM. Containers. Okay, I think this is the problem. So when we look at the entry, it's vacant. I had that much RAM, but I gave half of it back because it didn't make any sense. Okay, I think this is incorrect. If we're removing a vacant value, something might already be pointing to this. Yeah, so this one will panic. This one will not panic. So I think we're using try remove somewhere we shouldn't. I think the logic for try remove is wrong. So what do we do here? The first thing we do is assign the next ID, and that ain't right. Because if this thing is already vacant, then we can't. So we're gonna get this thing first. Then we're gonna match on this thing. And if this thing is vacant already, then we're just gonna return none. If it's checked out, then we can't. If it's occupied, then we're kind of good to proceed. If the value is occupied, then we're going to return some val, which means that we don't need that there. We're going to set this in here. So the entry becomes vacant. And then we're going to swap out the old entry for that, even though we're using it. That can't work, you pillock. Ooh. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I don't know, bean juice. Are there? Are there any PHP developers here? Okay, so we need to modify this. Syntax debt? I have never heard that expression, syntax debt. Yeah, that was around the time. Oh no, it might have been even longer than that. I was PHP developer. Okay. Maybe you're too young for it. Okay. So what is it that we have to do? We have to look at this value, and if the value is vacant, then we can just return none, right? Do we have access to this thing as a... Yeah, so we can just do that. You've unremembered PHP? I don't remember much PHP. I don't even know what it looks like these days. Some years ago, someone told me that PHP now has match statements, and I just thought, good for them. You guys are so old. How is that now, Bean Juice? Are you pretending to be young? If you don't use it, you lose it, Bean Juice. PHP has traits too. Interesting. I thought that this was gonna be on the seat or something when I was reading that. Okay. All right. How now? Okay. We want to get the old value and swap it out, but we don't want to we don't want to do anything if this thing isn't. It's only if it's occupied if we want to deal with this thing. So this makes us write two match statements. This is bad. This leads to bad code. I'm going to do this. I'm going to focus on this for a second. So we have an occupied value that we want to return this value, but we cannot remove this because we're working on a mutable reference to it. So we can't move this memory. We want to make a vacant entry and we want to swap these around, but only if this thing is occupied. Can we ask if old is? There is no... Nah. But that doesn't really help because that's just moving the match. We need to stop the borrow of the value here. So it's a bit like this. And then... that's now going to point to old. What? Wrong thing. So this might actually be the solution to the problem, right? Reinhard, welcome. How you doing? How you guys going? How was your stream? How was your stream? What did you get up to? We're gonna run into a bug here on purpose now. Was that the fix? No, that can't have been the fix. It was logically flawed. I saw that, but is the fix? Damn. Nice one. Oh, cool. I'm guessing are you watching or following Cakes? Man, I wish I could draw. I tried a few times to start drawing and getting into that. And yeah, Cakes has a good stream. And I try to get into it, but it always turns to shit when I try to doodle. You're a kick, Dubs. So this dodgy remove function has to be done now, but I think we're good, right? Rampart style. So Rampart to me is like an old game where you're a lizard climbing on buildings and smashing them. I played a lot of tower defense in my life. You remember tower defense? That's a vague thing to say. That makes sense, Bulov. I can understand that. No, what's that, Binges? Is this some kind of... is it like Minecraft? Okay, so then we have this dodgy remove function. Then so this is fixing the bug. So we wrote this this thing, which is like a process monitor thing, like htop, just for fun, to check it out, right? So this is a little bit hard. Let's go to the template and take the use memory and do a little bit of division, right? Right, so we can see what we actually have there. So this is going to be use memory in bytes, kilobytes, megabytes. And I think if we go to gigabytes, we have 11 gigabytes in use. We should probably put the old GB in there. Like that. But did you do it in less than 30 minutes, Bull of King? Flex. Oh, is it? So how did you get hold of him, right? I saw because I saw that you swapped out the thing. You mentioned that, and I thought I knew that he wasn't gonna care. So is that a stinky cheese? Does it work over the network? What do you mean? Does it work over the network? And then we can do total memory. There we go. Okay, I wonder if this thing should divide by 1,000 instead. No, that's also not right. I don't know if this is showing gigabit or gigabyte. Sorry, gigabit or whatever, but this is fine. Yeah, he's a paramedic. I saw he showed some pictures of that on Discord as well. Yeah, I mean it's way better than being a streamer, I suppose. It's Gib. Gigabyte is only in marketing. My Virgin can mount multiple machines running a service over the network, so it took a bit more than 30 minutes. Okay. Gigabyte is powers of 10 gigabyte, powers of 2. Yeah. Yeah, that is interesting, Simon. But anywho, I mean, we have the information. If I would have finished Binky, we could have done that too by just broadcasting this information from every machine and then aggregating, right? But as you can see, this stuff isn't ordered. The decimal values are a little bit everywhere. I don't even know why we're showing the disk usage. That's just annoying to look at. Let's just take that off, right? So yeah, okay. This is now working. Then the bug is fixed. Can I show more colors, please? I mean, like, there's a lot of stuff that you can do with this if you wanted to, right? We could probably add like network and such if you wanted to as well. That's all available in the sysinfo. But yeah, I mean, it says okay. So since this thing is for Arch Linux, right? Why don't we just put a foreground of blue here, and we make it bold as well. Right, so we're really doing like the Arch Linux thing. And then we can do... We put some emphasis on the fact that this is rolling, right? There's a lot that we can do with this stuff, but I am not well versed in design. But something we can do to make this look a little bit nicer is, instead of using like V-stacks here, we could use rows, maybe. Sorry, we could use column, maybe. I mean, if I can type, we could. But that's not what I wanted to use the column, is it? But then we're not gonna get the I guess we could just put some padding around the bottom of this thing to make it the same size. If sysname is Arch Linux, sysname is Arch, by the way. So okay. Is this good? Can you indent the blocks wrong again? No, why would I want to do that? That breaks the template. But okay, as fun as this is to tinker with, someone who actually has some skills can probably make this look pretty, right? So we can see the error message, which is clearly bugged. Yeah, I know the error message is bugged. So this, okay, it's showing the CPU usage. We can probably change the update frequency of this thing to like a second, so it's not so violent. But then we have to restart this if we do that. Right. Could I do a table for the process with more? We can enable this stuff as well, right? With more columns. So we don't have a grid, but we can probably do a table like, well, a table would be a grid, wouldn't it? No, but we can totally do that as well, right? We can probably do some components for that, but I will leave this as an exercise to the reader instead. This was done, we're testing this thing. Now we're gonna do away with this dodgy removed, all right? So to do graphs, there is no graph element, but that's because doing a graph is just you drawing a graph, right? So if I want to draw a graph next to this thing, let's just whack something in here, and then let's just make this show a graph, right? We can do this with containers, can't we? It depends on like how we're gonna draw the graph in that direction, maybe. So we do like 4, height 1, foreground, no, background, yellow. Right? So your graph is basically just the width here. All right, there you got some graphs, right? Oof. And if you want to draw them in the other direction, right, you just change the letter here to an H stack, and then you change in this to width, and then this thing to height, and there you got graphs. Although we would have to change this to a row. No, we don't change it to a row. We change it to a oh yeah. Spacer. That should do. No, we can't do that, can we? We could if we set the height of this thing to the max value or something. So we do like a height of 7. There we go. Right. There we have some graphs, some bars in the other direction. You can make with 100 and feed in CPU or whatever. Yeah, totally. I mean, we can do math in here if we want to, right? I can take this height value and multiply it by 3 if I want to, right? You can do math in there. That is not possible, Dev Panda, and you know it. So we could do... we can do like a use memory, right? So the use memory would be something like 64 divided by that. No, it's not a floating point value though. Not yet. Not yet, Liminox. We're almost there. 5? No, wait, what are you doing? All right. Forget about it. We could do the math to do a graph, but I'm being incontinent now. So let's not. Instead, we're gonna get rid of that graph. But notice how we can. Oh yeah, total mem would probably be a better one to do. So it would be total mem divided by used mem. Okay, like that. No. I don't know where this damn division is coming from. Ignore that. My brain is clearly not up to the task now. We're not doing that. Instead, we're gonna fix a function that is terrible, and we're gonna pretend that didn't happen. This dodge or remove thing, okay? So here we have to be able to remove something by widget ID, and this is what we're gonna fix, right? Thank you, Hardkill. So we have to get rid of this dodgy remove function somehow, because it's not particularly fast to do. It's not too bad, but we can do better. What do we have in here? That would mean adding another value here. Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said, Nick. Right? Why am I dividing this? What am I doing? Because in my head, I was going for percentages, and then completely forgot what I was doing. I wonder if we can do... We kind of need to use the widget ID. Or should we be okay with this dodgy remove for this release? It's not slow. It's just not as fast as it could be. But this fixes the bug. So I think we are ready to merge this. This code has been commented out for a while. All right, so let's do a cargo test on everything. Let's do a cargo nightly format. And let's do a clippy on everything as well. There's a few things here that we can do away with. So widgets, widget mod 103. this guy does not have to be a reference. Although that is a reference to a box, right? No, it isn't. The path is a reference, but it's not a reference. Gotcha. Yes, we should be good now, Doddy, for fixing the bug that you found. Really? Some? Oh. Like that. Okay. Although it is doing a partial compare. That's weird. Non-canonical implementation of partial compare on an odd type. It's a bit weird. All right. Okay, so we're gonna go to store generations. Let's have a look at that. Which one was this? This was 349. Yeah, that is a bit sus. Yeah, matches. That makes sense. I forget the matches exist. Huh? Oh, right. Wrong order. Expected an option. There we go. All right. Good work, Tic Tac. So what's next then? This gives us a... Okay, we do a test. We had a warning there. I think we can clean that up as well. Field components is never used in a test instance. All right, so default testing. Let's go there. Testing 101. All right. Let's have a look then. So test all. This is fine. Nightly FNT check. Git. Okay. All right. That's jumping the gun a bit. That's good. Clippy for all. Looks good. All right. In that case, let's add things in, shall we? Yeah, we just removed that. That's fine. Let's do some formatting. You don't need that drop. Formatting. That's removing a really dumb variable. Leaving that in. Removing comments. More comments. Formatting. Formatting. No, fixing bug is vacant. All right, that's it. So what are we committing here? This is a bug fix. Removing and inserting in the same frame no longer causes a panic. That's it. Okay, now we're gonna make a pull request. Someone's asking me. Oh, I see. GitHub, togglebit, anathema. For those of you who are not sure what that is, you can look here. And we're gonna compare and pull this into dev, not main. Drop node path, bug fixes. Create pull request. All right, we're just going to wait for that to run, and then we'll have another release of this thing. And I think maybe we're getting close to having a an official release now. What are we missing? We're missing the associated events thing, right? So now we can have the... Actually, I think the next thing to do is fix the query API so it's chainable, because that's going to piss everyone and the dad off, right? Let's swap over to dev, because I think that's what we're going to do. Missing a lot of documentation. So we're going to write some documentation, but before we do that, I think we need to fix the query API. Sadly, Hardcore, this will not give us the option to add strings in there. Okay, merge, confirm merge, delete branch, bye-bye. There we go. So let's do a git pull, and then we're going to do a git branch -d, drop node path. There we go. So git switch should have 2 branches. Bit. Yes, there we go. I think the query API needs to be sorted because there's no reason for it to behave the way it does. If you were to run a query on your code, do something like elements.query, we don't really need the .query anymore. So this used to be here to lock the state. So you could not mutate the state while you're performing a query operation because reasons. I don't remember what the reason was. Oh yeah, because you might have the state associated with one of the elements that you're operating on, right? But we took this away, so this might instead, on the off chance, this rather than being awkward, it can give you a tricky error at some point, but with more freedom, right? More C, less Rust kind of thing, right? Although not really. So here we can do things like by tag overflow, maybe, right? So this will get all the overflow widgets, but it would be nice if I could continue this by attribute, and then I can specify an attribute, and then finally I can get the first one of these element attributes, right, and perform some kind of operation on them. So we can say, give me all overflow widgets where the X attribute has a value of Y, right? But we cannot right now do this because we can't chain these. And I think that's what I would like to do, to be able to chain these things. And it shouldn't be too difficult to do, I say, until you look at what the queries look like. And then they get a little bit hairy. But maybe we just rewrite this whole thing, right? So rather than even having a query, let's do this thing, right? Let's write source query, widgets query, to source widgets query. We're just going to call this query 2 for now, because that's good. All right. Okay. And we can start ripping out things out of here. So we can operate directly on elements by calling a query arg. So I don't know if the query arg is the right thing now. I think we should call this query kind instead. Or not even that. We just rename this thing to actual query, right? So this one will give us the query, but we don't really need that, right? We can just have a function called by tag here. And then we can return that. So then it's gonna be, oh yeah, that's why we had the query arg there, because we do need the query. Maybe. So all these things can happen directly on that. We do end up having to duplicate some code though. That's a bit rubbish. So that can return a query. Like that. Yeah, we can add that in. That's really only gonna be relevant for the attributes though, where you have some kind of predicate. Did we call it query arg? All right, so by tag that returns a query. So we're gonna pass in self widgets with that arg. Should I just rewrite this whole thing? I don't want it to look like this. Let's just delete all the code. Let's just rewrite this thing. We have the node tree, we have the widgets, and we have the attribute storage for everything. This one is being used to create the elements, which is going to be the actual query. Or rather, we're querying on this thing. We do need an enum for the kind of query that we're doing. So we're going to have by tag and by, I was going to say by ID, but we don't expose IDs, so no. By tag, by attribute, and what do we have in there? At position, right? At position. So at position is how you can find widgets at a given position for doing things with the mouse, right? So that one is kind of essential. This should probably have some values attached to it. So then we make a struct called a query that contains a kind. But we also want to be able to call a function on the query itself. So we'll have a function by tag. And we could take ownership of self here. No, if we take ownership, then we can't do this again. Then you can't perform multiple queries, right? All right, I gotta remember where that damn key is now. Like that. So if we were to go to this thing here, we should be able to do... We do away with that. We should be able to do this as many times as we want, right? So we can't really take ownership of that. Let's go back. We're going to get that to compile in the end, right? We don't need that anymore. Don't need that anymore. Actually, what we do need is we need another branch for this. Feature nested queries, right? There we go. Now we don't need that anymore. Don't need that anymore. Right, so by tag needs to return something. So this query itself also needs to have a function called by tag that takes ownership of self, and it's gonna return something. We don't know what now. I'm getting hungry already. Well, it's kind of lunchtime. All right, so we could make the query generic over an A and a B. And other could be a B in that case. So this could be a query with self and maybe this is sufficient. But then we have to implement traits for these things, right? Maybe we don't. So this would become a query where other is self and kind is kind by tag. Of course, we need to have. All right, so we need to slap the lifetime on here, so we don't need to own these things because that's not gonna make any sense, right? Since we're storing kind, we need to put a lifetime on here as well. Ooh. Well, actually, we do move that, so I think that's fine. I think this is fine. And then we have to take the tag. Yeah. And then when we do the execution of this thing, we have we had a for each for this, where we're gonna take ownership of self, and we're gonna have a function that we operate on. Now we could make this return something where f is an fn mute that returns something, but we're not gonna return anything just about yet. Just about yet. That was some good words. So here we would do self dot other dot. That's where the trait comes in. That's where the trait comes in. If we don't have the trait, then well, I guess we could do something stupid with an enum and not have a trait. Although, how would we express that? We need to do self.other.for each. No, we don't. That's going to be for the filtering. Did you pull the latest branch, Did you pull dev and did you just remove your cargo log file, Doddy, and do a git pull or a cargo update or whatever you have to do. And if you still get the error, let me know. Okay, could you share the code that errors out? So I can see it. No need to apologize. I am happy that we get to fix this. Yeah. It's not a problem. I don't mind people reporting errors and then they've made a mistake in the error report. I don't mind that. So don't stress about it too much, Doddy. If you think it's an error, just send it my way and I'll have a look at it. So we have to filter the widgets here. No, that's not what actually executes this thing, though, is it? Oh, it's usually doing a node vista. Oh, really? That's why we're not returning anything. I need a break. I see my own code and I need a break. All right. While I'm waiting for Dottie to figure this out, I'll be right back. All right, then. All right. I want to be able to run the code and see the issue to jump straight to it. So let's find the offending code. So it's this thing here, right? Yeah. Invalid generation. In generational 192. This is a good bug or a good find. It's not that I want the bug, but it's a good find. $192. Because we're trying to check out a value that has an invalid generation. Why does it have an invalid generation? These are back. So close. So close to a release we are, but we're not there yet. Hello, Cathy Prime. So this is a stale value. That's what this is. The value, again, this is probably going to go away if we don't do that. No, it did. It did do that anyway. Right now I'm fixing a bug for a UI library where we're drawing user interfaces in the terminal. And there's a bug. I'm trying to push this to a release date. We need to add some documentation stuff, but we're close. But there's a few rough edges that I'm looking to solve now. I'm sure it's all because of this stuff. So when we're trying to check out something, it's failing because it is occupied. It just has a different generation. So we could get the generation here. So this will be the generation. And then our generation will be key.gen. So we can see the generation. It's probably going to be like 1 or 2 off, right? Holy, okay, so we're trying to check out an old generation. Oh, interesting. So the value we're trying to check out is not where the problem is. That was very unexpected. Yeah, that's very interesting. So this is a dead key that we got. So why don't we backtrack from here then? So we're going to put a breakpoint. We're going to do the classic break on Rust panic. We're going to run up to this point. We're going to go up a few stack frames till we hit this panic, and then here we are, right? So we're trying to do something with this value. It's a component that hasn't been removed. It's a component that hasn't been removed. Okay. Man. So the dodgy remove. It's the dodgy remove. I'm using GDB for debugging. This one is a predicament. Let's have a look what happens. See here, we do a comparison of a widget by widget. But I would like to know here. And we're going to change position to a for each. No, we're not. We're going to... You know, we could just filter. It doesn't matter, right? We want to run some code in here. So if this is true, if entry.key, no, generation is not equal to the widget ID generation, this is what I want to know about. Okay. Let's make this public for this. Say what now? That's a generation. That's a generation. Okay, we might have to go and implement a few functions for the generation, but mismatch type. All right. Whatever we say there. And these do not implement. They do. Okay. We're going to have to go back and roll that back, but let's panic here. And let's see if that actually happens. No, it doesn't. So we removed 0, inserted 1. We're ending up with stale data. That's the problem. All right, what should we do for lunch today? Because I am really hungry today and I need carbs. What should we do for lunch? Anyone have any ideas? It's not a result of the dodgy remove though, which is nice to know. So instead, we're going to do an insert. Oh, I don't have it in me to make a curry. It takes too long. I don't have a car either, so driving down to the curry house isn't an option either. I could walk, but then I would be bored for too long. It's not worth it. The local curry house isn't very good either. It's very weird. I'm pretty sure they put like ketchup or whatever in the curry sauce. It was very strange. Like a sugary, vinegary aftertaste of that. It was not right. And they're still open. They might have changed it though. Maybe I should give it another try. Okay, so I thought the issue was that we're ending up with a component that no longer exists. We've overridden the component. We could just make this work with like a try checkout instead, but I kind of feel like I'd rather know why this is happening. It's becoming increasingly hard to follow though. So this one has been updated. So the generational value that we're trying to use to fetch with, where does that come from? That comes from components. Okay, so when we do an insert here, we're gonna do a set of these values. And we're just swapping these out. I wonder if we... Okay. Is there any word about duplications in here? No. I'm not winning, Temporis. I am not winning at all. There's something not right here. I almost wanted that to fail, but no. This is not an attribute issue. This is that we're trying to use an old ID that hasn't been removed. Temporis. That's many days in a row. Thank you so much, Temporis. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, buddy. Thank you. How's your day going, buddy, though? How's your day going? We need stream alerts, don't we? We need stream alerts. Thank you so much for 5 gift subs, mate. That's super sweet of you. Thank you. Slowly. Time to start hitting the saw. Okay, maybe not that. We need a VIP, but then everyone gets VIP, Dan. It's a tricky situation. Sorry. I'm hungry. I need a food. Not just food, a food. Now, okay, I will concede that this is fine. Do everyone get... Well, if everyone gifts 5 gift subs, then everyone gets VIP. All right, so where is this thing falling short? Let's have a look. We can put a breakpoint here again. And break on Rust Panic, my favorite thing to write. There it is, okay? Because the generation is different. We're trying to check out a value. We're going to do with value. This is coming from this component. ESC. So the value exists here. Found the setting to hide total number of gifted subs. Oh, good grief, Temporis. Should we both take like a trip down to like guilt and sensible life choices lane? Okay. The order it's removing, but the new ads replacing instead of going to one index. Words are hard. The importance of ordering is the confusing part. Yeah. That doesn't seem like a good idea. I think it's good to know how much money one spends, even if one doesn't want to know. But then again, I just said I don't want to think about how much money I spent on like streaming gear and camera gear. So I do sympathize. But it is good to not ignore it. I haven't done my accounting yet. I started yesterday. Okay. Well, the interesting part here, Dode, is that we have values in components that shouldn't be there. So, maybe I see what this is doing. Oh. Why is Temporis not up here then? Let me just reload this. What the? Per week, yeah, but we're in a week now. Do you want to try? Do you want to enable it again? And we can stress out about that together. Let me know if you unhide it, and I'll try to reload it if it doesn't show up. For science. So ticking components. Okay, all right. Don't do that. All right. This is this is yes. I used to be a smoker. Did you guys used to smoke? Did you ever do the cigarette math where you go, oh, I spent this much money on cigarettes? It's nice to not be a smoker. For many reasons. I did the math and switched to vaping. Is vaping that much cheaper? I think it's a good thing to do, Kathy. To smoke? No, to not smoke, right? And smoking smells so much as well, right? If I would go and buy a vape, cigarette, or anything, I'd be thrown out of the store. Well, the sad thing is, kind of, I don't think that's necessarily true, even if it should be. Well, that must have come up with an interestingly simple number then, right? Very good, Dan. Really, that is certainly an improvement. Maybe I should dedicate my life to getting you to stop smoking, Temporis. All right. then I can feel good about all the gift subs you've given me, and you can feel like you're saving money as well, so it would even out, right? My entire family smokes. Oh my garb. All right, that parents who smoke around the kids, man, that shit has to stop, right? You watching them walk with a stroller and a cigarette in their hand, and you're like, shut up, baby, stop coughing, right? Yeah, I think that's also a thing, right? Like if you start to get your fitness back, you don't want to smoke again. I smoke a pack a day for over 20 years. Oh wow, yeah. Yeah, but I remember that first cigarette in the morning though, right? You quit 7 years ago. That's nice, right? This sounds so defeated. Scott, just keep smoking. You're never gonna get your dream car anyway, man. Might as well keep going. Right? Now, I don't know, right? I don't know. I feel like if we can have one positive impact on someone's life, then we've done well. Right? We've done well. Yeah, it's all right, Skylar. We know what you mean. Oh, so this is happening during the component tick state. Yeah, I think that might be like a good way of not smoking yourself, right? Being around then. Oh no, it doesn't work at all. The only thing you do is alienate people if you do that. But here's the other thing about doing anything. You can't stop doing the thing that you maybe should stop doing if you don't want to stop doing the thing that maybe you should stop doing. All right. People are like, most of you are grown-ups, right? You make your own life choices. I don't like if you smoke or not, that's like entirely up to you, right? But I did positive on a positive note. I do think that less kids are smoking than when I was a youth. Shaming people to do things doesn't work. Threatening people to do things doesn't work. This doesn't work, and you can't change someone's life for them. That's not your place to do. So it's all good, right? Smoking for life. I think that's great. I think that's great that smoking isn't quote unquote cool anymore. It's not cool. Well, I mean, if it's like Skylar, go and clean your room, and you'd be like, no, and then I take your phone away, and like, right then, that's not really. It's more like putting ultimatums on people, right? If you don't stop doing whatever, then I'll leave you. If you don't stop hanging out on Facebook, then I'll leave you, right? That kind of thing, right? Responsibility. What a scam. All right. You're a child for a part of your life, and you're like, I want to eat ice cream all day, every day. I want to eat snacks. I want to do all these things. And then you grow up, and then you just find a child and tell them you can't do any of these things, right? Shouldn't we like save some years as children for when we're like grown up, and then just do the things that kids want to do but they can't do because it's bad for you, right? So we'll have like, okay, you've reached the age of 39 million, so now you can spend like a month eating ice cream every day. Maybe not a month. That'd be pretty hectic. Okay, I wonder if we are ticking more than once. Okay, so let's put a breakpoint here. Yeah, ticking once is fine. Ticking twice is fine. Ticking 3 times is fine. 4. What is that? So ticking 5 times throws it? Okay, maybe it has to do with this. Where are you, Ticky? Boo? There are you. No, you're not. There we go. Okay, first tick's fine. Second tick fails. So the first tick being fine. Let's see where we fail on the second one, right? First one is okay. Let's step into the second one. We're gonna get the first component here. I think it's gonna fail right here. I hope it does. There's too many in there. Go for it, Limenox. If it's whether you should start smoking or not, the answer is a definitive no. Okay, so we're okay, we need to reduce the surface. We need to reduce the surface even more. Let's see how many glyphs are we making to start with. Is that your question, Limenox? Or have you just segued into something else? Was that your question? What your opinion is on vaping? It's going to be based on the height. All right. Honestly, we are being a bit hypocritical here, though, right? Vaping is bad, but we do a bunch of other bad things too, right? Hello, cat peasant. How you doing? I was kind of thinking that you had a Rust question, Limenox, and we can talk about vaping. Well, you guys can talk about vaping. I'm not that into it. What's the story behind the convention of TX RX in channels? Radio. It's old radio terminology. RX for receiver and TX for transmission. We should acknowledge it's bad. Why should we acknowledge that it's bad though, Skylar? Not because it's bad, but we do a bunch of other things that are bad. Should we just sit here and acknowledge everything that is bad? Then we get nothing done. You can't say murdering people is fine. I don't think you can say murdering people is fine in any context. I don't think any human being has the right to take the life of another human being. Hello, React Code. How you doing? Yeah, TX is transmission or transmitter. Yeah, and it's made its way into networking as well. What kind of argument is that, Skyler? Who did that? No one did that. You just made that up, right? All right. Okay, enough memeing around. Call Keeper is available on Steam. All right, yeah. I one day I will buy it. Just leave me alone now. Call Keeper I should be able to play on my computer. Really? Okay, well, if that's a pretty weak argument that your parents have then, right? So I like it when my kid argues with me when it comes to things, right? If she wants something and she has good ways of justifying it, then I will reward her by letting her, right? So if it's, I don't know what I don't remember what the last thing it is that she wanted. Not things like, can I have a dog, please? And I'll be like, no, but I'll take it for walks every day and I'll feed it. And I will also, no, that's not going to happen. So no, right? But if she has like a good reasoning for doing something, so can I have ice cream? No, but I've eaten nothing but vegetable this entire week, which is obviously not true. But then I'll be like, all right, you know what? Why don't you have some calories then? Right? If there's like a good reasoning for doing something, then I think we should listen to it, right? It's forcing upon a view to code JavaScript against the Genie convention. How's it going, Captain? Are you coding JavaScript? Not contract. Okay. Yeah. All right. So I think we managed to reduce this now. So we have only one glyph here, right? Although, why did it seem like he was doing it multiple times? I should probably reduce this even more. Do we have more than one glyph column state? I did not mean to do that. We do not. There is only one. What are you working with? Are you not back on Python, are you? Oh, man. Oh my god. The VB script and stuff. Oh. Okay, Dottie, that's good. So I think we're down to just creating one. Yeah. That's one. Yeah. Okay. So let's go back to the runtime. All right. So it's going to be B10. Tick component. So this is doing one component. Two. Oh yeah, of course we have a lot of other things in there. Okay, let's reduce the surface of this thing now so we don't have too many components then. All right, so I'm gonna destroy your fine code here. We'll have two components, right? Yes. Okay, so in the glyph column, we do all of it. No, we need a glyph as well. Most jobs are Python. Interesting. the company wrote a MySQL client in Bash. I don't know if that's like a power move or not at this point, right? Okay, maybe glyph column is all that we need. No, yes, maybe, I don't know. Can you repeat the question? So glyph column, that's what we're gonna start with. Element glyph column doesn't exist. Oh, right. Yes, this will suffice. So we're not going to load that template. We do care about that. We don't care about the canvas. We are ditching things now. Where's the canvas? Yes. Oh my god. There is something funny and scary at the same time about the whole thing. We don't need you. Oh, we do need you. Should that one be part of the prelude then? Maybe not. We'll see. Okay, so we now reduce this to glyph column. So we have one component and then one component in there. So let's go back to our tick. So we have how many components? 2. That makes sense. Okay, so how many do we have now? 3. And I am reasonably confident that one of these should not be there. Okay, so trying to remove this has now failed. If we go up from here, do not do that. Where do we do the cleanup? So here we tick. Why is the cleanup down here? I thought I moved all that. It's not relevant, but... Okay. There's nothing to remove. Really? What about all the changes then? That should have come from here. Okay. The plot thickens. Alright, so self changes now should have one insert and one remove. It's a little bit difficult to see though. There are 7 changes in there. Alright, we have to do this again. What? How are they? What are these 7 changes? Oh, they're just updates. Okay, so I am not reading what they are. That's fine. It's odd that they are. We do have a mixture of keys here as well. Can we reduce this surface as well while we're at it? Okay, we're gonna ditch the color. I don't want the color in here now. The color is causing change that we don't need. Okay, this should now reduce the amount of change that we have, right? All right, let's try this then. All right, we're down to 6 changes, but I think we can do better. Let's have a look. Let's follow this through now. So we're going to build up the column state and the glyph. Let's start with the column state and see what is changing here in the column. All right, we're not doing any of these things. This is the only thing that we want to do. There are no other events firing either. No. I don't know if I have that. You do a remove and an insert, and I do an insert remove. And I can't do a remove insert without having an initial value, so I have to do that. Actually, I can if we do this. But it's not breaking. Why is it not breaking? And it disappears because... What? That was weird. It's so difficult to test the runtime. I need runtime testing to be able to observe these things. Can we do something about that? Yeah, we probably could. Let's go and look at the templates. And there's a for loop where we get our thing involved. And then the thing template. Well, whatever this does, it's not a component. So there's 2 components in the tree now. But this isn't breaking in the same way. Why is it not breaking? Oh, because you're removing the last one and I'm removing the first one, but that's not different. Huh. I am not removing first. That's what's wrong. Thank you. And that's the issue. We should get the same error, please. Yes. All right. We have reproducible code.a. Much better. Okay, let's go to the runtime. Find the tick function. And then so we should be able to do this once. Man, there's a lot of changes. Where are these coming from? Why are there 5 changes in here? So we have one change. It's something has changed. It's not anything. That could be the loop index. It probably is the loop index. Here the value was removed. And here the change is dropped. Dropped is when... Removed is when a value is removed from a collection. Dropped is when the value itself is removed. Change is when the value is modified. What change is this? Change inserted. Okay, so we have the changes now. We have removed, a collection is losing a value. Dropped, the value was lost. Insert, the value is added. And then 2 change values, which is the loop index and the collection itself. All right, that makes sense. I just had to think this through, but now I know why we have 5 changes. All right, the collection is changing. A for loop loses a value. The value is dropped. The value is inserted, and the loop index is changed. Okay. Okay, so what is actually happening when we apply changes then? So let's go and have a look at that inside the widgets. And the change, update. There we are, right? So what different updates do we actually have here? We have a for loop. All right, so if it's dropped, reflow the layout will be triggered by the runtime and not this step. Any dropped dynamic value should register for future updates. This is done by reloading the value, making it empty. I don't even know what I mean by that, but okay. Here, we're going to get the change of removing. And when we remove here, we're going to remove from the tree. So we are telling the tree to remove this, and the tree should then add this into removed values. Like that. Okay. Oh, Kathy, if you want to see how easy this is. It's like 3 steps. Look at this. You can literally just read those 3 steps and you've got it set up, right? Yeah, I've not had much luck with Vim near Vim DApp. I always found that it was showing invalid values. LLDB is not as nice as GDB. And I know that's a preference, but Seems like so much work to get LLDB to show nice outputs as well. But you should have Rust GDB installed. But if you've installed Rust and Cargo, then you probably already have it, right? Print live. Yeah, print debugging is fine, right? I get print debugging. It's a little bit hard to do when you're working in something that uses the text space to print to also draw, and so you kind of lose the printing, but still. Okay, so let's have a look at this removal here. Can we not debug that? Where are we? We're in store tree module, right? I'm gonna close this project down so I don't get caught up on that one. Widgets. No, store tree. Remove 166. Okay, hang on. This is the node that we're removing now. Oh, you just use a debugger, right, Skylar? That works better. Yeah, I've not used that, but I've tried that and it's not. And I also tried the other one. What's it called? The one that shows. There's like this complex debug setup project for Vim, not just near Vim. I tried that one as well. I just never really thought they were good. Okay, so we are definitely pushing this value into removed values. Okay, so removed values contains something. The buggers are for the week, yeah. I think debuggers are great. But I think VS Code seemed to have decent debugging for Rust. I don't know. I've only seen Acton use it. Oh man, I haven't talked to him in ages. I'm doing so much streaming now, trying to push this out, and all that like tomfoolery that's happening in life. But we're getting there. I need to get in touch with him again and say hi. I don't think so, Robo. I don't think they're gonna implement their own debugger, right? They will probably just piggyback on either DApp or GDB, right? Yeah, and GDB support is built into Vim and NeoVim, so you don't really have to do anything other than enable it, right? Oh, I see. I didn't know that, Cat Peasant. Oh yeah, you're VS coding, aren't you? Okay, so we are writing this into removed values. So when we get to the runtime, we should have a removed value, right? So this thing should contain one value now. Well, we can't see that now, can we? No. Yeah, so we're ditching number 2 here, which is our first one. Okay, so I want to get to the runtime now. So this ticket cannot be for number 2. Well, it don't matter. It can be also. Certainly can be. Update tree. All right, we're kind of in the depths of Rust now. Okay, so we should be able to look at the tree now and see. Okay. What? Oh, these are all the values in there. Okay, you muppet. Let's fix that then, shall we? Okay, we need to open up the thing. Right. So we should remove the component and that thing. So we should at most have 2 when we're there. We were in apply futures at this point. All right, let's go to tick. Here we go. Hello, Theo. How you doing, buddy? Also had issues starting good with arguments, and here just run. Yeah, it is simple. So to make my life even simpler, you can see that in my config as well, right? I just have the cursor on a position, and leader B will start debugging and run to that position. If we're currently debugging and the leader B again, it's just going to set a breakpoint, right? Very easy. Okay, so if we look at the tree, how's your stream, Theo, right? There's nothing in there. There's nothing in here. Okay, so this should have nothing until we've done this now. Okay. Whoops. Still nothing. Oops. Raid and run. I'll go for it. My backtrace are color like my app since it exists suddenly. Putting small bean hacker on the bus. All right. Yeah, basically my config is from Vim, and my NeoVim config is just setting up the LSP. Talking about failing. Ah, well then. You could have used me as a case study this morning. Okay, so we're chasing a bug. Now, after we apply these changes, we should now have 3 widgets that are being removed. Who or what are these 3? It's going to be one of these, one thing there, and then the thing template 2. I don't know what the third one is, though. Component and the text. That seems like 2 to me. But okay. That's nice. Okay, so we currently have three of these that should be removed. What do we have in... oh, right. No, that is not what we want to do. Okay. Let's look at self-components. Yeah, that one contained more information than I wanted. All right, it contains 3 components. That's going to be the root component. There shouldn't be 3. There should be 2. It should be one of these. How many components do we have? We have the index and the thing. So how are the 3 components in there? We need better debug tooling for this stuff, I think. There's only one thing one of these things because we only create one thing. Oh, hang on. What's this things? Oh, no, that's the index. So, a little bit confused. Can we just run this again and look at self components? How many do we have now? We have 2. I don't know why we have 2. Where are you? Debuggery. All right, let's restart this thing because I clearly bungled this. Okay. Continue. Okay, something is really... Oh, no. Jeepers, you big dummy. All right, let's run this again. Okay, continue. Self.components contains 2. That is not what I want to do. Yeah, so there are 2 in here. It's a dirty list. There's 2. If I continue, I have to wait a second. There we go. Now we're back. Although that was a very long second. Help. There we go, right? So now, for some reason, we have 3 components. Same thing again. There we go. No, we don't. We have 2 components. Can we just look at the length of this thing, right? Okay, 2. Apply changes. There's 3 now. So that's pretty magical. But that's also okay. Because we haven't cleaned that up yet. I see the solution. I think this is it. Fiddlesticks. That is not it. Ah. Right. So I thought this was gonna be a case of this not being cleaned up, but so at this point we end up with 3 components, right? If we step over this thing now. Because as the changes go, we removed 1 and we inserted 1. But we've only done the insert. The removal happens at a different step. It happens here, right? So if we look at the tree.removed values, there are 3 values in there, right? Now, can we look at the component? You know what? It doesn't even matter, right? So we're going to hop into dealing with these 3. Apparently, we're not going to see those 3 values. It just went right past it, okay? So we'll run this again. All right, well, run this again, run this again, run this again. Yes. Okay, so there's no drain. Oh, the drain removed is broken. No wonder. No wonder this is not doing what we wanted to do. It's broken. Okay, let's remove the breakage from here. Filter? I don't think so. All right, have at it. Okay, here we go. Okay, so what am I typing? Self.components length should be 3 now. And tree.removed values should be 3. Okay. There we go. How many components do we have now? 3, but we still have more values to remove. How many do we have now? 2. In other words, so we're removing an incorrect value from the attributes. This needs to check the generation, although I get a feeling that it does. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. This doesn't have generations, does it? I think we're looking at something without generations here. Yeah, this is a basic slab, isn't it? Okay, right. This is fine. All right. This is what we're gonna do, and I don't want to do it, but we have to do it. We have to get this thing working. However, this thing is not supposed to be so it's like this, right? We have something called a basic slab. A basic slab is, well, it's just a slab, right? You insert 3 values, you remove the middle values, the other 2 values don't move, right? So you insert value 0, 1, 2, you remove 1, that guy is still on number 2, right? Now, with the generational slab, it works pretty much the same way. You insert 1, 2, 3, or 0, 1, 2, right? But when you go to fetch a value, we also store the generation. So when I remove 1 and I insert another thing at that position, that thing in the generational slab gets a different value, right? So not only has it an index of 1, but it has a generation that is equal to the previous generation plus 1. So if these are the initial values, we remove this, insert this will have a generation of 0, this will have a generation of 1, this will have a generation of 0, okay? But the basic slab does not have a generation because it's just a dumb storage. So when we remove something at an index and we insert something, there is no generational information that says this is actually not the same widget. This is a different widget. Okay? Maybe remove the basic slab? Yes. So, well, it's being used in places where we don't care about reuse. For instance, like string in turning or whatever it is that we're doing with some of these things. Probably not string in turning, that's a storage, but whatever. There are places where we can use the basic slab. The generational slab does not have an insert at, I think. So the thing that I have to do that I don't want to do is write an insert at function. I don't want to write an insert at function for this. Alternatively, we could just store the generation together with the value and we would be okay. But it's gonna be a little bit awkward either way. So maybe we just have to write an insert at function for the generational slab. It's just because the generation is stored on the index, right? So in total, we have a U64, where the first 48 bytes is the index and the remaining 16 bytes is the generation. Makes sense. You're not going to need that many generations. In reality, we could probably make the generation into a U8, so we just cycle it, because we only care if the generations match or not. We don't care if it's less than or greater than, right? So The only reason why we don't use a Boolean value is because if you insert twice, you've now done full circle, right? And there is a chance that you might do something silly and do an insert 256 times or whatever, right? So on that note, I guess we have to write an insert at for this. Basic insert at. I'm not loving this idea. Now we have to copy all this code, and then we have to do more hideous stuff. And you see how big and clunky this code is, right? What's a slab? Well, for those of you who don't know what a slab is, you can go here and type slabs and crabs. Actually, I have no idea if this is going to get us anything. All right, not what I was looking for. Oh yeah, hang on. No, there we go. No, take me to the video, you ghoul. All right, there you go. Slabs and crabs. Now you can learn about slabs and crabs. There are not a lot of crabs in there, conversely though, just slabs. Okay, so we have to write the insert at to fit the generational value. All right, let's have a look at what the index looks like for this thing, right? It doesn't. This thing only operates on a key. So this index has to be a key. Then we can ignore that. Now, if the index.index, so we're gonna probably rename you to key then. Common issue, counting. Ah, it's always that, isn't it? Okay. And that's gonna be index. Index. It's not index, is it? It was key. All right. Okay, so this part was fine. That's a vector. That doesn't work. What's this entry? That one's always dodgy. Vacant contains the key. Occupied contains the generation. And here we go, right? We're always going to be okay doing this, but we also have to update the generation here. That was probably the most frustrating thing ever. Okay, if this is vacant, find the place that points to the index and replace that with the next three. This thing should be a key. That's a key. This isn't right. Hello, Priven. How you doing, buddy? Oh, this is more complex when we add the generation. A part of me want to cheat and just store the generation inside the basic slab as part of the value, but that's dumbassery, so we're not gonna do that. So if we have a next ID and that ID is equal to this thing, what does this even do? If we have a next key and that key is equal to our current key, which it cannot be But if it is, well, it has to be the first, right? What is next free? Where does this come from? It comes from this vacant value. Okay. This doesn't make any sense. How can this even be? The generation has to be different for this to be allowed. It's this vacant BS that's driving me a bit crazy. So this is the next free key, and that should replace this guy. The next ID is sum. So we're actually looking at this thing. Then we're going to replace it with this. But why would the next ID equal the key that we pass in? You know what? Fine. It probably does. If it doesn't equal the key, then we're going to get the value that is there. And if it's vacant, then we're saying the next ID is this key. Okay, this is almost right now. So that's going to be id.index. But we don't need the index after this, so we can just replace that code. Oh shit, we did need the index. Wait, no we don't. That's the wrong index. Isn't it? Yeah. And then this is going to be key index is equal to occupied value key dot generation. Can't forget that. Can't do that. That has to become a key, but this is a brand new key. Yes, so we should be able to do that. Value. Where does this value come from? There. And then key generation. We have to operate on the index. What? Liminox? Oh, I see. It took me a second. Yeah, let me know if you want me to look at your code. Match on the entry. Then here we just have to add the generation from the key. What? I'm so freaking hungry and I have no idea what I'm gonna eat. What? Liminox? No. Now you have to do parsing. Now you have to do parsing. Now I really want to see this. A basso pesto. So a pesto would be good, but I need like a lot of protein. So pesto and pasta is just straight up carbs. I need protein. But pasta is not a bad idea. I might actually go for that. Do something with pasta. Why is this thing being a complete head? I do not know. Oh, I said that would be good. And what you do is you cut open the sausage skin, you take out the meat of the sausage, and then you kind of break it apart. So you get like little lumps, and then you fry that. And then you add that to your pasta sauce. Oh man, that is so good. But that means I have to go up to the store and buy some Italian sausage. And sausage is vastly processed, right? Where is this borrow business coming from? But this doesn't seem right to me. All right, let's look at the loop of this thing. They are almost identical, right? Oh, really? No, not really. We just ended up back there again. Yeah, of course they are libraries. That's why I said just use a library that does this for you, right? Unless you like doing it, though. There's probably an RFC for this. And parsing can be fun. Actually, parsing is fun. I enjoy parsing. Okay. Okay, so we're looking at this code now, side by side. Here we're using the index that we pass in. We're calling that the key here. The ID is the next three. We break here. All error panes are trouble, Dan. They're all trouble. What? No, Liminox. What kind of parsing are you doing? Parsing in Rust is delightful. Well, I don't know why you have to do that part, but you can totes do that part. I don't see where the second part comes in. What would you use the hash map for, Liminox? Because I'm about to lay down some fat beats and tell you some truth rhymes. I am not going to do any of that, but if your hash map contains just a handful of entries, then use a vector instead. I am just losing my marbles here because I'm super hungry and I'm just drifting in and out of my own brain here. But I'm not seeing a difference. I'm not seeing how this is bloody different. Well, the music is alright. What part of this thing is saying that it's borrowing it twice? We're outside of the loop. Wrong project. Is it? We can borrow self in it. This is not used anywhere in here, is it? No. We're not referring to self.inner anywhere in any of this. Yes, we are. We're doing it here. But we're breaking, so no, we're not. To this, I would just say... Could I get rid of arc somehow? Can't answer that without seeing code. Sharing the state between handlers with arc? I mean, do you have to share the state between handlers? And what does sharing the state mean? If it's like one config that you generate and share, then don't get rid of arcs. It's not really any overhead in doing that, right? You can live in arcs, but you are most likely not going to see any performance gains doing that. Not to mention that you will likely run into undefined behavior if you don't uphold all Rust's invariants. Okay. There's no, like, having an arc and dereferencing that doesn't have a high cost. You're just dereferencing a pointer. So a global unsafe pointer requires that you dereference a pointer. An arc requires that you dereference a pointer. What's the difference? You might save 8 bytes in memory. Oh, secret roots, global unsafe pointer. I want you to go and look up Heartbleed, okay? I want you to go look up the Heartbleed bug, okay? Because that is global unsafe pointers combined with user secret info, right? But jokes aside, there's no overhead in dereferencing the arc any more than dereferencing a pointer, right? I think if you want to reduce overhead, or let me rephrase this actually. If you want to improve your performance, then do things like intern headers and stuff, so you don't have to copy a bunch of strings around and what have you, right? Just work with byte slices. Do a non-copy parser for your headers and your response. That's gonna out benefit any minuscule value you might squeeze out of doing something dangerous, right? Which by the way, I don't think you would. I don't think you would get any value in doing that. You're basically talking about a read-only value, since it's an arc. So, you know, not an issue. I'm really keen on seeing this code now. Please share it when you're done. I want to read it. This is well, Axum is gonna be a lot more handle a lot more concurrency than using multiple threads, most likely. So Axum is built for concurrency, as in throw thousands of concurrent users at it and it's fine. Whereas 4 threads is not gonna do well with that necessarily. Might do. I don't know. I haven't seen the code. But you should definitely focus on, by Monday, all right, you should focus on parsing. Like large code blocks not trying to do something crazy to save a CPU cycle, if even that, right? Axiom is a web framework. I am not sure how that comment is relevant to what I said, because I was talking about this. You making a web server, Axiom is a framework. For fixed endpoints. You will get decent performance if you don't need multiple threads, right? If you're just gonna have one or two whatever's making, but then if it's just for your internal stuff, why use web requests? Oh, please show me the parser. Parsing a line, then parse the headers? I actually don't understand what that means. The headers are... Oh, right. You have a new line, and then you parse in the header from there. I want to see this. I want to see what cool and fun things you come up with in terms of parsing. In the meantime, why is this thing being a dingus? We're not borrowing self-inner, so the issue... No, we're in the loop. Why is this thing happening? This has nothing to do with this code. Okay, Rust is wrong and I'm right. I hate when that happens. So this is talking about the next ID, right? That we get here. Oh, ship. Yeah. Can't do that. Sometimes I don't know what I'm doing, and we're just gonna have to live with that now, because this is how it goes. There you go. There was a talk about Rust performance by Brian Cantrell, and his take was, you don't have to do any of that weird shit to get good performance out of Rust. You just write sensible code. There is no like dark arts or crazy domain knowledge to get good performance out of Rust. You just write idiomatic Rust and you get decent performance out of that most times. That's obviously not entirely true, and there are some of you out there who's ready to just leap across the table and grab your keyboard and start slapping away like it owes you money. That's not true. There's this one edge case when I had to do this one. Yes, it's your edge case, all right? Besides, you probably wrote bad code in the first place. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Anyway, yeah. So can we now swap these out? Can we now swap the... where are you? What code is this? What project is this? Where's the cleanup? Here, attribute storage. Can we make attribute storage into a secondary map where it's not a slab, but rather a generational slab? Gen slab. Gen slab. There's no index for you. Okay. What? I have not. How you doing, Preman? I'm hungry and I want to go to a spa. Where are we going? Mismatch type. Do we not need that? No, that's a key. That's all it can ever be, don't you see? Import super key. Ah, I see it, I see it. This is where we're heading. Sinena's Spa. Oh, it's a vineyard. Is that it? No. Is it? It is. Alright. It looks very picturesque though. Can you like go swimming there or what's the coup? They even have more pictures. Unable to connect. You're trying to perform hackery here. Send me to your dodgy websites. Mismatch type. Why is there a try remove? And a remove. Hello, sweetie. So what's the point of a remove versus a try remove? These two look reasonably similar. Bump. This. Mem swap. Weird. I see. Oh, is this the new link? YouTube. Yeah, oh, man. That's pretty good, man. You got me. You got me. That was pretty good. You upped your game and you got me. Damn, son. Okay. So remove can return an option. Ooh, Nelly. Doesn't that mean that the fish gets cooked? It's called Bob. Ah, you look. Alright. Oh, man. F this. Guy. We'll just take this out. And panic here. Not yet implemented in the generational slab. Where in this slab are you? 311. Is this the insert at? Okay. Yeah, this one also has a toodles. Damn. That does not sound like my child. Hi, sweetie. I understand. I'll be up and cook some food in a second. Do you want to cook the food? Lazy kids. Oh my god. Go make us some hamburgers and a horse. Yeah, I'll be up in a bit. Sounds like Golang then. But I have no idea, of course, what the job market looks like where you live. But why not? Potatoes and fish is fine. There's nothing wrong with potatoes and fish. So, okay. We're going to roll back some of this crabbiness. Not that crabbiness. Where's the crabbiness we're gonna roll back though? This. And we're gonna do something else with this thing. But now I have to go and eat because I am dying from bloody hunger. So let's go to Twitch and find who. Uncle Scientist, you shall be the target for our love. That did not sound gross at all. I have no idea, Scott, but now I just have to feed not just me, but my child también. So we're gonna do that now. All right, I will be back after lunch, maybe, and fix this stuff. Thank you, Nerd Ash. You guys are great. Enjoy. Scientist, bye for now.